Hello, ladies and gentlemen. How are we doing on this Monday night? And to everyone that's watching, of course, welcome to you all. I hope everyone is well. This is not our traditional show in the slightest. So don't worry about topics or anything like that. It's nothing like that. Tonight's show is just more about whatever you guys want to ask about pro wrestling. It's more of like it's like a sit down feel where like you can just ask any questions you want regarding professional wrestling, and if there's anything particular you want to talk about, then drop it in here and we can just discuss it. And there's no time frame on this show tonight. There's no we need to be here for like 90 minutes or we need to be here for 4 hours or whatever. We're just here. And we're just gonna have fun. No matter how long it goes. So please do get your comments in. Please do like, share, and subscribe, and let me know what you guys want to talk about. So please do put it in the chat. I certainly think it could be one of those where we could just go on for ages and there's so many tangents and we just have fun. But in the meantime, let me quickly change the song. That's just the starting song, but I'm going to put on Night Driving. But yes, throughout the show, ask away whatever you like. There's no addendum, great word, or agenda for it. It's just you guys ask, I answer. So anything you want to talk about, it's a sit down session. So let's try and have some fun and let's talk pro wrestling. But if anyone has anything particular they want to talk about, drop it in the chat, ask it as a question, and we can still go with this. So what I'm also going to do is I'm going to see if I can find any news and I can broadcast it to everybody whilst we are live as well. So let me see what I can find. What have we got? Let's see. What have we got? So standard typical video that WWE likes to produce. There is a video of Kairi Sane, so it looks like she is at Raw tonight. Another update as well. Congratulations to Darby Allin. He has reached the top of Mount Everest. If you would like to know what's on the card for Raw tonight, I can confirm we've got tag match of Penta and AJ Styles versus Finn Balor and JD McDonough. World Champion, if you want to call it that. Jey Uso versus Braun Breaker. We got Money in the Bank qualifying matches. We've got Sheamus versus Grayson Waller, and we've got Logan Paul advertised. Again, is that really a positive? I mean, I don't know. But let's just see. All right, Zodiac. Just a simple recap on the show tonight. Whilst we're live, it's purely just drop whatever you want, like questions wise or wrestling discussions. There's no time scale on the chat on the show tonight. We're just gonna have fun. There's no time frame. Oh, there's a video of. There's actually a video of Natalia attacking a fan at the NWA show. The hell? He got in her face and she slapped him hard. I'm obviously not going to show this clip in case I get, well, you know, in case I get hit with copyright. All right, Nick, how's it going? Also, 2 days ago was the 5-year anniversary of Shad Gaspard's death. May he forever be at peace. There isn't a lot of news regarding Monday Night Raw. Obviously, this weekend is Saturday's main event. It's also been confirmed, and I told you this. If you go back to the show that myself and it's a work. It's smart that they've done it though, but I like that they've done it as a video. I said it months ago when me and Ailey, obviously co-hosting the channel, we did a video saying how would we change the women's division, what would we do to improve it. One of the first things I said is Julia and Stephanie Vaquer will somehow end up on SmackDown. Julia is a confirmed member of the SmackDown roster, so that's one down, one to go. I don't know enough about it. Why would they make it? Or Angus, because obviously she's coming in from outside. They're trying to generate interest between fans. Is it going to work though? I don't know, because I don't know many WWE fans that watch the NWA. Roshin. Fingers crossed I got it right this time. Hello, how are you? It's good to see you. I think Julia's going to get lost in the main roster. That's a possibility. That's a big possibility. It's in the news, I guess. Yeah, it is. But like I said, there's no time frame on this show tonight, ladies and gentlemen. This show is literally whatever you want to talk about, any wrestling questions, past, present, or even something in the future. Ask away, drop it in. Like, we could be here for God knows how long. I'm in no rush. I'm in no rush at all. JC Mateo, I cannot get over that nonsense. Don't know how they can do that. But yeah, so that's as much. Can I suggest a topic and feel free to say no? Go ahead. What would you like to talk about? If you're a Shield fan as well, 12 years ago today, the Shield did win gold. They did win, obviously, the US title and the tag team titles. But yeah, 12 years ago today, I've kind of forgot about it, let's be real. You've got it correct. I'm doing all right. I was actually waiting for you to stream because I love wrestling that much. Well, first of all, I'm glad that you were waiting. And second of all, I'm glad I got it right. Glad to hear you're doing all right. Getting that correct is not easy. No disrespect. Like, your name is lovely, but geez, I struggle to pronounce it. Brock could be returning. Paul is still a featured guy. Del Rio is on the books. Has WWE really shifted in its moral stance? Great question. And I'm going to throw it back to you guys on this one as well. And this is not me saying they haven't. If anybody wants to come on for like 5-10 minutes and give their point of view on this as well, you're more than welcome. I'll gladly drop the link in the chat. To answer this question, however, from my perspective, have they really shifted their stance? No. And the reason why I think they haven't, money. If they are truly going to change their stance, they wouldn't be doing business with certain areas. They wouldn't be featuring these talents or recognizing them in any shape or form. Now, you might think that's me being a bit too harsh, but I still stand by that certain talents should never be allowed back into wrestling again. They should be permanently blacklisted. I stand by on this. I'll never change. That's the reality I have. If Reece was booking the Match: who would be in the 5 versus 5 Survivor Series elimination match? Biggest / best names, past or present? Great question. What's up, Billy? Okay. Past or present, big name Survivor Series match. Ooh, I actually have got a team for you on that one. So on my babyface side, I've got Bret Hart, Kurt Angle. Actually, no, I don't. Scrap that. Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels are the opposing captains because one of them doesn't need the power. On the babyfaces, I've got Bret Hart. I have Kenny Omega, AJ Styles, The Rock, and I've got Stone Cold. On the heels, I've got Shawn Michaels, Kurt Angle, The Undertaker, Macho Man Randy Savage, Cactus Jack. But then I do a swerve. I do a really good swerve. And this is where it gets good. I pull a swerve on Kenny Omega. He gets replaced. He gets to compete in a title match. And then into the babyface team. Into the babyface team. We get Josh Alexander. And then the baby faces are managed by because I think it'd be good for ringside to have a managerial quarrel and just pure entertainment on that front. So thanks very much, Billy. Hello, Fernando. How are you doing? Who would that? Right, the heels are managed by Bobby the Brain Heenan, 100%. The baby faces, I will have them managed by. Yeah, good. Yeah, Miss Elizabeth. Good. Yeah, Miss Elizabeth. I was trying to think of other people. Stone Cold, LOD, Bryan Danielson, Undertaker versus The Rock, Steiners, AJ Styles, Randy Orton. They're good sides. They're good teams. Bobby Heenan was the heel manager, Billy. Of course, I mentioned Bobby first. Like he's the heel manager. Babyface, I was trying to think of like somebody besides Miss Elizabeth, makes it more fun. But to be fair, Miss Elizabeth would scare the shit out of Bobby Heenan. So, and the good thing is because Macho Man's on the heel side, Miss Elizabeth can get heat. Oh, so do I. That would be really cool. Mr. Fuji was a great heel manager. Yes, he was. But he wasn't greater than Bobby Heenan. For me, Bobby is the greatest. God rest their souls. Just who's in your boy stable? As in my own personal faction? I don't think anyone's prepared for that. Just for anybody who's new coming in, there's no time frame on this show tonight. It's literally just in the chat. Ask whatever you want. Ask anything you want to ask. Ask any like what Zodiac has done. Ask a question like, who would I book in a Survivor Series match? You can ask whatever the hell you want. We're talking whatever you want to talk about, past, present, future. I am going to lift one thing tonight because of the type of show. One night only. Actually, one show time only. When we do these kind of shows, you're allowed to say the name Chris Benoit. Any other show, it remains redacted. Yes, I confirmed that a couple of minutes ago. She is at the arena. She's not going to do anything. Boy Stable is from OSW. It's a group of guys who were a bit shit, but you loved them. So basically a jobber. I have not seen that one, but if it means going from Milan to Man United, I'll be happy because I love right-handers. And it's going from one club of mine to another. But OSW, so a group of guys who were a bit shit, but you loved them. Quite a lot of wrestlers I think are shit, but did I think I love them? I don't know. Only when we're doing the sit-down shows. I'm going to make a sit-down every Monday night, so on a Monday is the only time you're allowed to say his name. Ooh. So a group of guys who were a bit shit, but you loved them. Alex Wright, because people never understood him. Although I thought he was cool. Who else was a bit shit, but I liked him? Stevie Richards. Test. I actually thought Test was shit. I think Stevie Ray was shit. I actually like Stevie Ray. Number 5. I think for a long time I said he was shit, but then I started to really like him, so I'm going to say Omos. Who do you think is the greatest person not to win the WCW title? Well, the WCW title was 1992. Well, 1991 specifically, then it branched away. I would say, for me, greatest not to win it. I was going to say Chris Jericho, but he did win it, and he did win it when it was in the Invasion angle. But when he was officially in WCW, Eddie Guerrero, Raven, Rey Mysterio. Oh, and 100% Jushin Thunder Liger. She's in here. She's fine. She's in here. Sake almighty, people are wondering where the cat is. She's sleeping on my fucking bed, for God's sake. Reece, who do you think is the biggest disappointment in wrestling history that can be wasted themselves? I'll start Mr. Kennedy in WWE, both his fault and management. He's the main one, mate. He is the biggest disappointment. If you really want to look across wrestling, if you look at WCW and WWE as well, I'm going to say Raven. Because Raven was great in TNA, was great in ECW, but in those two promotions, he didn't work. I also think, if you're being truly honest, biggest waste or waste themselves, Perry Saturn. Like 3 years old. She's not that old. All right, Sean, how are you doing? She's a pain in the arse though. She loves cables. You know who else I think was wasted or wasted potential who could have been even better? He was the guy that teamed with he teamed with Chris Canyon, 2001. Try to remember. Sean O'Hare. Sean O'Hare is another one. Test wasted potential. Yeah, absolutely. Hello, Maria. Actually, I'm just going to see, just to make it easier, just so I don't repeat myself. I'm just going to put what the show is about tonight. What the show's about. This is every Monday. What I'll do is I'll make it as a banner. There we go. So this is what this show's about. What's one thing you don't like about the current era of WWE? Triple H's booking. Do you wonder if Chris Benoit went to TNA? Do you wonder if that would have helped him mentally? I'm going to tell you straight up, no. Wouldn't have done a thing. Now, there's a for and against. So the positive is the schedule is less demanding. The negative is why I don't think it would work. Is purely the support. The support, I think it would have been a little bit different. It's a lot harder. I think it's impossible. I second this. I second that. But if you want to talk about Chris Benoit, can we just talk about his matches rather than can we save his soul, or can we, or a what if? Because quite frankly, it's a what if. What about Mark Jindrak and Chuck Palumbo? Chuck Palumbo ended up becoming a triple D tech Undertaker, so absolutely he was wasted potential. Mark Jindrak, he could have been something. Roisin, I asked you before who your favourite wrestler was. You said Bret Hart. Now I'm going to ask you, of all the wrestlers you know of, who's your least favourite wrestler? Vince McMahon. But basically, these two wankers, and him, and Goldberg. Do you think Billy Gunn coming back to WWE? Nope. I don't think so. It wouldn't be a bad thing for him, but I think he wants to stay close to his sons and watch them develop. Well, when they're back, obviously, but I don't think he will. He might at some point at a later time, though, if he becomes an agent. I don't think he's an AEW agent. Becomes an AEW agent. I think he would only be a WWE one. Favorite current or any era wrestler? Definitely new generation Bret Hart. Current is still AJ Styles, but Josh Alexander is right behind him. And then prime TNA Kurt Angle. They're like my benchmarks. Why Hogan? I don't see a problem with him. He's just a phony wrestler. He's just a phony. Like, I get it. The man made money back in the 80s, but Jesus Christ, the guy just ruined life for me. As a wrestling fan, he ruins life. 2010 Bret Hart and the jean shorts. At least he made them cool. John Cena, you can learn a thing or two. Current MJF, any era, Lord of Darkness, Undertaker. That's my favourite version. I'm glad nobody's asking me to rank the Undertakers because I would probably get in serious trouble. So don't suggest that in the chat, guys. Don't do that one. I might hurt all your fandoms. But yes, this will be every Monday. This will be every Monday. Main event in SummerSlam in a Batman shirt. Exactly. Man went, fuck this shit. I'm not coming out in tight. I'm not coming out in the pink and black tights. I'm coming out in shorts and a Batman t-shirt. And look cool doing it. Absolutely. I also feel bad for him because obviously Cena and Randy Orton had a huge issue with him. They've got like when it comes to attitude and behavior, they've got no right to do what they did to him. But he was also his worst enemy. I recently watched Benoit versus Finlay Judgment Day. It's a decent match. Decent matchup. It was also at a time when this one wasn't necessarily needed, but it was a good filler. Like, it was a really good filler. Nippon, evening. How do you book Jey Uso losing his title and Cena? Oh, very easy. Jey Uso, 150,000 finishers just to beat the shit out of him. And then he gets pinned by Braun Breaker. I'd be alright with that. Even though he's not getting a main event scene. Jey Uso, I think, is going to lose to Sami Zayn. Cena, in terms of his title for him, I think he's going to lose to heel Cody. I think Cody Rhodes is going to turn on him in same way in terms of revenge for how it behaves. I think the circumstance being, I think he'll get his own back. On this channel, no, not on this channel. What's your favorite Undertaker match? Undertaker versus Bret Hart, Royal Rumble 1996, SummerSlam 97 against Bret Hart, and No Way Out 06 versus Kurt Angle. His Hell in a Cell match versus Shawn Michaels is in there. Those are my 4 favorite Taker matches. And I'm going to say this, that for me is his best match with Shawn Michaels. Overall, start to finish, it's the best one. Bret Hart and WCW, I'd even call that. Yes, it is, and I blame Eric Bischoff. Why didn't Ken Anderson work last in TNA? He got a really bad injury, and then after that he just dropped down and he just never really recovered. But also that, like, he didn't really evolve as much in TNA. More like 5-star getting close to getting killed. Have you watched Naito versus Elgin back in the day? Yes, I have. I have watched it. Yeah. Did you think Michael Caine would have made a better James Bond than Roger Moore? Absolutely. 100%. Basically, I think all of his movies, except he wouldn't have done. I think he would have done 4 or 5, and then stop. Realistically, I think he would have done. If you look at Roger Moore's movies, just for everybody, I'm going to bring them up now, and I'm going to show you which ones would be good for him. So you've got 7 Bond films for Roger Moore. For everybody, I'm going to bring like the snipping tool. Hold on. So we've got 7 movies, but me personally, I would only have him do 4. And then I'd scrap the others. How would you rank all Saudi Taker matches? All of them were shit. All of them were shit. For that era, Roger Moore wasn't particularly big for Bond. World/ECW champion Mark Henry or Vader? Vader. Oh, I think he would have been alright. Should Henry Cavill play James Bond? Yes, he should. He needs to hurry up and get the role, which ain't happening. So, in terms of the films, like if you've got him in, I'm only picking the Roger Moore films because, quite frankly, I would have replaced him in a heartbeat. Not necessarily. It doesn't. A younger actor or younger James Bond isn't necessarily what the main topic should be. There's something far more important. So, what ones am I changing? Sorry, which ones am I saying you can keep Roger Moore, and which ones would I put Michael Caine in? Live and Let Die, Man with Golden Gun, The Spy Who Loved Me, and For Your Eyes Only. Moonraker, Octopussy, A View to a Kill. You can absolutely keep Roger Moore in them because those were his 3 worst movies. His 4 best movies are the ones I give to Michael Caine because they would have been even better in a heartbeat. Yeah, they were. They were crap. That's why I would keep him in it. I think you're forgetting that sometimes like a more mature man can also charm someone as well, even someone close to their age. Like if you've got, say, a mid-30s James Bond, he's getting somebody like 30 and above like that. Because it's so easy for him. I don't know if he's going to play that, but I wouldn't mind it myself. Brosnan was a good Bond. Very good Bond. What were your memories at the build for Mania 20? I thought Raw was way better building the Mania back then. See, I know I've gave you free reign to talk about Benoit, but now I know now you're coming in all in with the Benoit questions. This is going to be one of those nights. I thought the build to Mania 20 was average at best. I really do. It was a good Mania, but I actually thought the build was average. And I don't think Raw was better at building. I think SmackDown was better, to be honest. Fave theme song for a pay-per-view example, the end this year for Armageddon Hell in a Cell. My favourite is Survivor Series. Well, actually, to be fair, WrestleMania 17, obviously, you've got WrestleMania 17, you've got My Way, so that's always there. But excluding WrestleMania 17, I'm saying Control by Puddle of Mud, Survivor Series 2001. Amazing song. I listen to it every day. I think you'd make a good James Bond. I mean, man, I'd fucking love a shot of that. Like, what sticks out about the bill for WrestleMania 20 is Taker coming back in all of Kane's segments. I buried you alive. Yeah, 100%. It was great. I think in terms of the matches that were built seriously good, even though it was an average build to the pay-per-view in general, the best build for me was the WrestleMania Triple Threat for the World Championship, Eddie Guerrero versus Kurt Angle, and yeah, Taker versus Kane. I actually think the build for Chris Jericho versus Christian was underrated. Where do you rank Sean Connery? I'm going to say this truthfully. I have Sean Connery as the people have him as the greatest Bond. I have him as second. Yes, because Christopher Lee is a brilliant villain. I thought Lesnar Goldberg was a good build. I thought it was shit, dude. Bodies for Kurt Angle, Steve Austin at SummerSlam. Real, yeah, true. Any drowning pool theme? More often than not. Except for WrestleMania 18. Let's leave it at that. Reece, have you heard the lead singer of Three Doors Down has stage 4 cancer? They did the great song Without You Have, which W used for Eddie's tribute. I have not heard that news. That is so tragic and very sad. I hope it's So stage 4 is difficult in terms of like incurable. That's hard. That's horrible. Bet you saying an Englishman is better than Sean Connery brings a lot better taste to your mouth. No, not really. I don't have Sean Connery second because he's my fellow countryman. I have him second because for me the best Bond is the one who should have gotten a third movie but didn't get it. Lesnar Goldberg was a good build only because Stone Cold was in it. Exactly. Everyone else was crap. Goldberg was a waste. Lesnar didn't care. Paul Heyman was too busy getting his bald head massaged. It was a waste. Maybe not, because if it was Austin versus Lesnar, it would be more entertaining. Steve Austin wouldn't have done it anyway because he wouldn't have been able to move. I generally don't care what nationality of an actor plays Bond. I just want it to actually make sense. If it doesn't make sense, then what's the point? Timothy Dalton for me is the best Bond. I've said it I've said it to you before. The best James Bond, in my opinion, is Timothy Dalton. I will never change my opinion on that. Worst inside the ring injury you've ever seen. Oh boy. There's two that stand. Well, there's two that stand to mind. I did read your question properly. Even for the fact of 3 decades, I'm still saying the same. Doesn't matter when he plays the role, he's still the best. Owen, well, we know he was pretty much done and dusted in the worst way. I would say Owen Hart, the guy that they took the 619 from Rey Mysterio. Psycho said yeah, and the Ring of Honor ladder match, stupid stunt that happened in the ladder match. Was it Action and was it what Dante Martin? Fucking idiot. Yep, Stussy's right up there in my mind. Like, absolute stupid move. They should never have done it. That was horrible. Actually, you know what else is a bad one? You know what else would have been is actually really bad? British Bulldog. Thanks to the ultimate puke. There was an awesome counter to the F5 by Steve Austin where he lands on his feet. That's true. SmackDown 2004. So you're saying a 23-year-old Dalton would have been the same as 41-year-old Dalton, potentially 51 if Tomorrow Never Dies would be his last appearance? Yes. But you're also looking at circumstances are totally different, but I think it was great. For me, he's the best actor because he understood the role properly. Watching Mick Foley hit the canvas through the top of the cell hurts, even watching even more the older I get. That's one of the worst as well. That's beyond. That's not even. That's just not even. That's horrible. Yeah, I genuinely think he would have been. I think he would have been amazing as Bond throughout that entire time frame. But for me, anyway, he is the best Bond regardless. And Lazenby is the worst. Because, geez almighty, that film was shit. That film was an insult to my intelligence and my fandom. And that film came out 30 years before I was born. Horrible, horrible. I'm an honest fan. I'm an honest fan. It's. Have you ever watched the making of James Bond? Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Give me 2 seconds. I don't think Lesnar versus Austin would have been good personally. Not because they're both terrible. It's just that he gave up by then, so it wouldn't have been good. Let me see if I can find what I'm looking for. Hold on. Trish Stratus is, I've actually, funnily enough, I literally just mentioned there about WrestleMania 20, the Chris Jericho feud, and Trish Stratus actually did 35 minutes ago an interview on Inside the Ropes discussing that storyline. That is funny. At that time, Brock Lesnar really would have struggled. It's not even up for debate. If you ever get a chance, Nippon, is it this one? It's a shame as well. Timothy Dalton nearly had a third James Bond film as well. Because you know what his third film was going to be? Goldeneye. Give this a watch. Give this a watch, Nippon, when you get a chance. I recommend this video. And you'll see why I think he's the best Bond. Who do you think was in the wrong, Matt or Lita, on the split? I mean, circumstances happen, so... Both. Would Christopher Lee have made a good James Bond? No. I don't. Purely because he gives me more the villain vibe than he does the hero. And that's when I told TNT to cut off Collision for Black Adam, then we'll really max out the viewers. Oh god almighty. Most iconic Bond villain, Jaws. Jaws for me. Always Jaws. And they had to fucking redeem him like he's Darth Vader on his deathbed. It's not about why I approve it. It's simply how they done it supplements the character, and it adds to the film. Do I agree with it in the full sense of it? Not really, but do I understand it? Yes, that's why I think it's an incredible scene. It's incredible because of what it does. How very fitting is it, sir? No one mentioned May 19th. Oh shit, here comes Kane. Who would you say was a more tragic Bond girl, the Golden Girl from Goldfinger or Paris Carver? Still the Golden Girl. Always the Golden Girl. She was that golden, you can sell her for money. Go bullying anyone? Why do you think Timothy has such a short run? Because his understanding of the character and his portrayal goes back to the books. And because of that, movie watchers specifically wouldn't have agreed with him in Goldeneye, because even though the film is dark, they wouldn't have taken the campy side of it. Where Pierce Brosnan is campy. He's a great actor. But for me, Timothy Dalton's two films are exactly what Albert Broccoli wrote of the character. How he wrote the character is exactly how Timothy Dalton portrayed the character in the two films. Especially for me, why License to Kill is still to this day the best Bond movie. Yeah, I did. I think the reason why he's more tragic is simply the reason why I think Jill was more attractive than Paris is because the manner of the character. The way things are going, yes. If you want to have a winner or loser at the moment, WWE are losing. On a scale of 1 to 10, how annoyed will you be when Goldberg returns? Enough to stop watching. I don't think they did. I thought that match was crap. I honestly think that match was awful. If there's matches I would recommend not to watch, that's one of them. Because he allowed it to. And just remember, this is characters being written. Not all of them. I only like the first 3. The rest of them, I don't like that they changed actor as well. That was really shit. They changed actor and then realised, hang on, it only works with Matt Damon, so let's go back. Idiotic for me to change it. Matt Damon. Yeah, well, he shouldn't have. The Paris death was very interesting, though. Bear in mind, it's because he realizes that he is to blame. Massively to blame. Fave Christian Cage world title match in TNA, I would say Final Resolution in 2008 when he first won it from Kurt. Amazing match. You're right about Final Resolution. He lost to Kurt. He lost to Kurt Final Resolution and Against All Odds. You're thinking of Final Resolution. Sorry, when he first beat Kurt, that was Against All Odds 2007. Because in 2007, that's when Scott Steiner got involved. In 2008, Kurt Angle was the champion. Yes, but you asked me which one I think was worse, and I gave you the answer. Like, I'm giving you my answer. Who would win an all-out fight between James Bond, Batman, John Wick, Punisher, Kick-Ass, and Indiana Jones? Batman. No, Christian Cage never beat Kurt Angle for the title. Christian Cage never beat Kurt Angle for the title. Christian Cage is a 2-time champion. He beat Abyss and Jeff Jarrett. He defended against Kurt successfully, but he never beat Kurt for the championship. It's still WrestleMania 17. Nah, it's okay. Memory serves me right. It's Against All Odds 2006. And then, because to be fair, it could have been a whole lot better, put it that way. Do you remember the Secret Service Avengers that wasn't based on Marvel Comics? Yes, I do, actually. Christian Cage is also responsible for the reason there's a TNA World title in the first place, which is funny. Without Christian Cage, there is no TNA World Championship. It's all locked up here, my friend. It's all locked up here, trust me. I don't forget. Because Christian Cage's first title defense was at Lockdown against Abyss. And that was violent. That was fucking violent. But yeah, no Christian Cage, no official TNA World Championship. I respect yours as well, Nip, and it's just obviously I have a different perspective on the character. I disassociate based on the relationship. I just purely associate the death to the character and the effect on the film. That's why I think that's much more of an important thing. I actually will say I like Pierce Brosnan, but I think Pierce Brosnan only had one good movie, Goldeneye. I think his other three were just bad from the writing perspective. He tries. I'll give him that. He does try, but the writing of the movies are so shit. That shows how bad it was to make a Bond film in the 90s. I think it was really hard because of the change of the times. Brosnan was unlucky in that sense. Like, he was a good Bond, he just had bad follow ups, which is hard. Like, no actor deserves that, obviously, but he experiences it. I was always curious about Pierce Brosnan's lack of an Irish accent, despite just because obviously he got out of Ireland very quickly. Yes, 100%. The World Is Not Enough was cool. Remember it from when I was a youngster. I mean, I've watched it so many times. I've watched it so many times, but in retrospect, I think as you watch it years gone by, it's one of the films that just hasn't aged well. I've got a feeling you're going to mention Chris Benoit all night. This is not going to end well. Who do you think has the most brutal chops? Ric Flair. Ric Flair's got more ruthless chops than all four of these guys. It's easily Ric Flair. I've yet to see anyone do a chop more brutal than Ric Flair. I would say Ricky Steamboat second. I think you're overlooking Ricky Steamboat. I legitimately thought he was English until I saw his Wikipedia page. Fair enough. Had on VHS and watched it 20 times. Fair play to you, Semper. Hope you're doing well. The thing is, I've seen every Bond film, and I all legitimately agree in terms of the writing. You get so far into a film, and then you realize actually the writer really doesn't know what they're doing. It's so bad. That's why the final the final two movies specifically, you could say three, depending on your preference, but the final three movies of Roger Moore, horseshit. Die Another Day, horseshit. That one especially is horrible. Her Majesty's Secret Service, ridiculously shit. Never Say Never Again, get rid. How different would Tomorrow Never Dies have been if James Bond had managed to kill the Doctor if he was able to kill Paris? The film would have been ruined. You may as well have just cancelled the film at that point. Pierce Brosnan's a bad actor though. Good at Bond, off everyone else. His Irish accent in Mobland is so bad. And he's the only Irish one. Helen Mirren is better at the accent. I don't know. He's good in Yellowstone, and I actually think he's decent in Mrs. Doubtfire. And also that what's that film he's in, the one about the volcano? That's actually a good film. Everything else though, I agree, particularly terrible. Wrestling needs to book big men a bit better. Find a booker that knows how to book a big man better, and then absolutely it'll work. The big man's dying in pro wrestling. Yes, you foil that, the film's worthless. Sadly, you have to get to that point to make it work. Except he does, though. He's got a much more brutal chop than Eddie. Eddie Edwards' chops are really crap. That was one of the that mistake especially is an odd one. That's why I said it. The big man is dying in pro wrestling. There's only a few that are actually doing well right now. There's only a few. But the reason why I think they're failing is because they're going for the 200 to 275 mark, and that's it, and they're thriving the most. If you want to be a very good big man, you need to be like, in this current age, the only two that are really standing out is Brody King and Big Bill. I think when you look in WWE, does WWE have a big man? No. I think Bronson Reed could have been, but he got injured. I don't think there's much to say. I don't really count Bobby Lashley as a big man. Brock Lesnar's a big man. Bobby Lashley, I don't think he's a big man. Same like I don't think Powerhouse Hobbs is a big man. Samoa Joe's a big man, yeah. For me, anyone who's over 300 pounds is a big man. No, he's being forced down people's throats. There's nothing good about Moose. Did you hear Eric say that Stephanie saved the WWE after the Attitude Era? I have. I don't know what he's basing this on. Like, when you look at it, the best writer in that entire period was Paul Heyman. You could say Brian Gewirtz, potentially. But Stephanie, really? I don't think so. Yes, Nippon. They are absolutely necessary. Here's the best part about a Bond film. The death is the significant part of the plotline. If you have a character that dies, male or female, in the film that's got an important connection, you kill them off, it motivates the character to go even further. Those two deaths, perfect example. Because then they don't uncover the rest of the plot, or they're not motivated to go and resolve the issue. Yeah, I don't think he's got long left. I think Joe should retire in the next 2 years. I would say he should retire in 2 years. If he doesn't, then I'll be disappointed in him. Which is a shame. I really like the guy. I've always liked Samoa Joe, but there was few times during the 2010s where he was god awful. Who do you think had the best rookie year in WWE? Not that one. Hold on. Let me know if you can hear this sound in the background, guys. Hold on. If you can hear this sound, let me know. It's Kurt Angle talking. Oh, here it is. Here's the point. This is it. I don't want to show it, obviously, for circumstance, because it's on their channel. I don't want to show it. Let me see if I can get it playing here. 2 seconds.
Reece of the Weekly Steelchair. He says, how did it feel knowing in the build-up to this main event, Kurt had the SummerSlam match versus Rock and Triple H, then he gets Steph as his manager. Did Kurt feel ready to complete the best rookie year in pro wrestling history? I was ready. Was I ready? Yeah. But I did. I completed the best rookie year probably in history. For the most part.
First of 3 videos, Kurt Angle responded to me. That's the video that he started following me on. That's the reason why he follows me on Twitter. That point there. I asked Kurt specifically, because this was a show he did about No Mercy 2000 when he won his first World Championship. I went to him, how did it make you feel knowing that you completed the greatest rookie year in pro wrestling? And he was absolutely astounded by it. Anybody who says anything different than Kurt Angle, you don't know professional wrestling. You do not know professional wrestling. You cannot tell me you win the Intercontinental Championship, the European title, and you defend both at WrestleMania and you don't get pinned. You lose both titles, you don't get pinned. You win King of the Ring. You headline SummerSlam. Then you headline No Mercy, back-to-back pay-per-views, where you don't win one, but then you win the World Championship, then you hold it until after the Royal Rumble. Kurt Angle is the only right answer when it comes to the best rookie year in wrestling. The 2 primary mid-card titles, King of the Ring and a World Championship. There's no other answer. Mick Foley had a great rookie year in WWE as well, but not on Kurt's level. Main event with Shawn Michaels and The Undertaker in pay-per-views is definitely up there. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. They don't eclipse him though. Yes, I answered. I said yes. Brock's rookie year is not better than Kurt's though. AJ, his rookie year, no, because AJ's rookie year went from WCW to WWE, went from WCW to WWE Velocity. He didn't really have a great rookie year. In terms of like going into further, when he became a little bit more established, he was great. I think that, yeah, it's a good thing. But he also had a great feud in between, like a mini feud with Shawn Michaels, which added to the feud with Taker. That's what makes it special. Brock's rookie year is up there. I won't deny that. It's up there. But it's not better than Kurt's. Nothing is better than Kurt's. It's just not possible. Like, it's just fundamentally not possible. Wow, we've passed the hour mark already. What's next, ladies and gentlemen? What else have you got for me? Let me hear. Let me hear what you're going to say. What are you going to ask me? Let me hear you all around. Oh, yeah. Fun little thing. If in doubt, remember, sometimes it's not always good to meet your heroes. Sometimes it's always good to meet some of them. She is short, but she is awesome. And he is top tier. Same night I met Alexander. Same night I met Scott D'Amore, Giselle Shaw, Rhino, and Trey Miguel. Oh, Eric Young too. Don't forget EY. AJ Styles wasn't a rookie in WWE though. You cannot use AJ Styles in a rookie year comparison. Brock Lesnar you can, but it doesn't match up to Kurt Angle. Depends on the person. That's for sure. I mean, I'm lucky I got to meet some of them. If I ever meet Kurt Angle one day or Bret Hart, my days will be smiling. Right, let's see if we can find any more news. Because I think we need some more news, don't we? Let's see what we can find. See if there's any updates. The matches for the Money in the Bank qualifying: Kairi Sane versus Zoe Stark versus Rhea Ripley, and then you got Roxanne Perez versus Natalia versus Becky Lynch. So start drinking Bucky. Kairi Sane should win that. Remember, logic doesn't exist with them. So you know who it's going to be, sadly. I hope it is. Oh, this is a shame. It's so bad that it's literally 23 years yesterday. 23 years yesterday. That's horrible. That is horrible. He will always be missed. He was great. I feel bad for his family. I really do. If that's the case, why didn't he make his motivation clear by saying, why would he do that? That's the worst part. Can you explain why Alexa Bliss still has that effing doll? Because she's going to take over that doomed faction. They're on my list to meet as well. They're on my list as well. But yes, she is selling for that and this and that ridiculous faction. Who's the worst person you met? Denise Salcedo and Sean Ross Sapp. I met them literally 5 minutes in between meeting Dave Meltzer. Now, he's incredibly short. The other two, God almighty, they're boring as fuck. Yeah, he should have been a world champion. They robbed him. Idiots. Remember as well tomorrow, guys, the one big episode I've been waiting on for Dark Side of the Ring is tomorrow. Not gonna lie, I'm really like I'm really not looking forward to watching tomorrow's episode. That's God, I'm really not looking forward to it. She will always be missed. She will always be missed. I'm not looking forward to that episode tomorrow. That's going to be a very tough watch. It was Daphne. Her daughter refused to participate as well in the episode. She's like, I'm not getting involved. No. Yeah, Daphne. No, I don't like. I look how shit our squad is. He's only been here half a season. I'm not like our delusional fans. I'm not going to say get out after 6 months. Exactly. It looks nice though. I've always liked Daphne. It's just a shame that we lost her so soon. Blame the fucking players, mate. I'm not giving anything. I'm not giving anything to managers these days. I'm done blaming managers. I'm sick of the fucking players. Steve Austin won the WCW television title within 2 weeks of rookie and held it for a year after that. He was US and tag team champion. Came after that, and Eric buried Austin. He technically wasn't a rookie though, because if you think about it, a rookie, he was working in Memphis with Dutch Mantel. Kurt literally came into the business as a rookie. So Kurt is the one. Oh, the woman that I met that I didn't like, Denise Salcedo. Fucking short arse McGee, honestly. I only rate 2 of your players, Diallo and Maynard. The rest of them are a waste of space. See from our current squad, mate, I'm going to be totally honest. See from our current squad, I only like 6 players, maybe 7 at best. The rest of them can fuck off. I would gladly kick them. I would literally fly them to the Golden Gate Bridge and I'd drop kick them off one by one. I would literally go, here you go, drop kick into the sea. Quick flight, San Francisco, here's the Golden Gate Bridge. Get them on the top. Bosh, 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 bosh. Kick them off one by one. Jesus Christ, Indy Hartwell's won another title. That woman is becoming a fast belt collector. Max Zorin style, exactly. Oh, I forgot how bad this is. This is actually, it's 23 years to the day that Taker beat Hogan at Judgment Day. That main event was so shit. Ooh, Santana with a double championship get in. Will El Grande Americano be the next AAA champion? If they do, I want to hear nothing positive about WWE's partnership. Oh, sorry, monopolizing. Again, that would be that'll really piss people off. So bad. What do you think is the greatest I Quit match? Viking go, as much as I would like him to win it, and it would be a smart move because then they can fire Del Rio. Vikingo's knees are so fucked. But what do I think is the greatest I Quit match? WWE's greatest one is 100% Rock versus Mankind, despite Rock going too far. But the greatest that I've watched, actually it is that one. That is for me the greatest I Quit match. That was special. Like outside WWE, that's by far like top of the curve. The problem with the I Quit match is it's such a rare stipulated match to book because the bookers themselves get lost in the idea. But Flair was on a different level when he done that with Funk, whereas Rock and Mankind, you knew you were getting something out of it that you would never think would happen again. I don't think there's been many post then that's been up to my standard of great. But yeah, I can see that. His knees are going though, it's really bad. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. Ah, the birthday of Mike Santana. Sorry, Andre the Giant today. Lovely. What a legend. Of course. Huge mistake. Yeah. The Rock is an underrated wrestler. I mean, I was a fan of The Rock growing up, but I don't think The Rock was underrated personally. Carlito beat Cena for the US title in a very fast match. Yep, that's true. Their whole storyline, what it became, that was so bad. That Armageddon match is one of the worst I've ever seen from Cena, and I can't stand Cena anyway. That match against Jesus at Armageddon. God almighty, I wish that never happened. So their series of matches: '07, Mania 23, Last Man Standing, Steel Cage, and then you get you get Cyber Sunday, and you get Hell in a Cell. For me, the best one is without a doubt Hell in a Cell. hmm I agree. Despite I am I'm a Rock fan for so many years, even though I don't like the shit he's doing. I agree. Like, for all the good stuff he has done, he has been made overrated horrifically. Like, it's not great. A lot of people from that era are being overrated. Who would have had as a Bond girl? They would essentially need one. Not every film needs one. Mm, it had its moments. I hated the spinner belts. They really were stupid. What was Umaga's best matches? Pretty much any match with Jeff Hardy and that match at Royal Rumble 2007. What Brock match is the most underrated? His match versus Rey Mysterio on SmackDown 2003. That's his most underrated match because no one talks about it. No idea, Nippon. No idea. I don't particularly. I don't. No idea. Brock Benoit on SmackDown. Yeah, it was alright. It was actually alright, to be fair. Basically, any match with the Big Show, shite. I would say his match with Rey Mysterio was 100% underrated. Not a lot of people talk about this as well, but I actually think his match at SummerSlam versus Kurt is underrated. His match versus CM Punk is underrated. And his match with Styles and Danielson. That match for me, I'm going to say I actually think that match is rated, and it's rated correctly. That match was really good. I still watch that now and again. I don't like the second Hell in a Cell they have together. That was really bad. That one, however, No Mercy, brilliant. I think Brock versus Taker is the only time two people have main evented with the same pay per view as each other, back to back years. No Mercy 2002 and No Mercy 2003, they were the SmackDown main event. Yeah, he sold really well. I'll give him credit. He sold well in that event. I can't think of any matches that actually main evented WrestleMania. Sorry, not WrestleMania. Sorry, main evented a pay per view, but back to back simultaneous years. Yep, that is true. That is true, Stussy. On Lesnar, what was your initial reaction when he superplexed Big Show and the ring imploded? Is Big Show still alive? Sorry, Big Slow, because his fat arse had broke the ring. But I thought that just shows the tenacity of Brock Lesnar. At that point, I generally thought, has an earthquake been set off in America because the Big Slows went tumbling? Well, it's the Big Slow. Worst big man besides Jack Gonzalez. Horrible crap nonsense. CM Punk versus Ryback. No, they didn't have like back to back years, but they could have been better. CM Punk versus Brock Lesnar should have been more than once. It's a shame that it was only once. It's why I don't like. This is going to sound controversial. There's a reason why I actually don't particularly rate the Shawn Michaels Triple H feud that much. Like, I actually don't rate that feud as highly as other people do. How can you think the Big Show's the most underrated big man? How? The guy was clunky in the ring, made so many mistakes. And also, he was a liability in terms of a character. The guy was a clown. He still is a clown. How can you think he's the most underrated big man when Bam Bam Bigelow exists? Well, existed. Or Big John Studd. Far more underrated than the Big Slow. Sometimes you scare me, guy. You're a good dude, but you scare me sometimes. Anyway, it wouldn't be a steel chair show without one, two, and yeah, big bottle of water. Favorite WWE tag team main event? I'll say Taker Austin versus Mankind Kane for the tag titles. Crowd was so into it. Fully Loaded, 1998. Truth be told, that's also my favorite tag team main event because it was fantastic. Like, that main event was incredible. So yeah, 100% is that one. Because I like the swerve that they told as well at that event. That swerve was perfect. He is underrated. There is an argument to say he's underappreciated as well, but he is definitely underrated. I agree, Zoda. He could literally be both. Remember on SmackDown during the 2000s, literally the main events were tag team matches, e.g., we're going to have a 6-man tag team match. Yeah, exactly. They were. You know, they call it smart water. Too bad it won't help Triple H. Had to get that in there. I seen the new winners of the LFG. That was absolute horseshit. There was a badass 6-man tag main event, King of the Ring. Yeah, it was nice that the way they'd done it as well, which was weird, is to properly conclude the faction, they actually had Vince take the pin. I was surprised by that. I thought Shane was going to take the pin. I was surprised that that happened. You could also say the Buried Alive tag team match as well was a great main event. That was another one for me. I am not spraying it. I've got 3 screens in front of me. And I've got my Switch in front of me and my microphone. I'm not spraying it. Maybe somewhere like on a walkabout. Spray it. Not indoors. We're nearly at an hour and a half. This is so good. This is so fun. I'm not even done yet. Nowhere near done. That was a wild day as well. Yeah, RVD mocking Triple H was funny. That was funny. Who wants a little bit of a funny clip? The match doesn't really matter, but it's Brighton 0, Liverpool 1. Ooh. Bruce Pritchard, Pat Patterson, Gerald Briscoe, John Laurinaitis, Kevin Dunn, Paul Levesque. That's his biggest ass kissers. Who wants a funny clip if it lets us play it? I'm not sure if it'll let us play it, but it's a 1-minute clip. Right, I'll make it very short in terms of screen size. In fact, if I do it without any sound, it might work. This is a better wrestling match than Cody versus Cena. And any Jey Uso match. An advocate of our sponsor, the chair. Shrekomania. Tombstone Piledriver, the Giant Toss, and the Donkey Kick. Fuck you. Pretend to be Hulk Hogan, you bastard. Rank these 3 world title runs: Goto, Moxley, Cena, and then Storm, Io Sky, Saya, Kamitani, Athena. Easy. The exact same order you put in the chat. Goto is still the better world champion of all 3, because the third one I don't rank as a serious title reign. And then to answer about the women, Athena, then Toni Storm, then Saya, then Io Sky. Have you seen the ref pin Big Show? Yes, I have. Not gonna lie, Shrek hitting a suplex, that guy definitely watched Bret Hart. Or Mike Myers definitely watched Bret Hart for the animation. Abu, welcome to this, you big shitbrick. Basically, what this stream is, my friend, is on screen. It was a little bit funny. Anything to humiliate the big slow is funny. Right, let's see what else we can find. If Shrek had an entrance, it would definitely be All-Star. Yes, it would. It so would be. Your War Games Dream 5. Oh, you motherfucker. Oh, there's a clip here of Bret Hart versus Mr. Perfect at the Boston House Show in 1989. Oh. Alright, okay. My War Games Dream 5, because I only count War Games in the company it happened in, so NWA, WCW. So my War Games Dream 5, Ric Flair, Ricky Steamboat, Sting, Arn Anderson, Diamond Dallas Page, with Dusty Rhodes as the special enforcer. Have you watched Knucklehead? Not in a long time. Not in a long time. Thank you, sir. Is it seriously that long? I will say this. Brock Lesnar's daughter is one terrifying specimen, isn't she? And I mean terrifying is like how strong and powerful she is. War Games Dream 5, Cactus Jack, Bruiser Brody, Darby Allin, Gabe Kidd, El Desperado. Fair. I only include the company that it mattered in. I don't include anywhere else, but great shout. Cactus Jack I would have had, potentially, but the team I picked, I just think about the great ones I've seen. Those were the best ones. But this is a great team. Cactus Jack would definitely be in my team if I wanted to swap anyone out, but I don't know who I would swap. Ric Flair, Triple H, Arn Anderson, DDP, Triple H, and I would If he ever got inside a War Games match, I would personally lock the cage, just me and him, and beat the shit out of him. Sting, Booker T, Austin, Eddie, Brett. Good sides. Good sides. Bret Hart makes Triple H submit to this. See, I have an issue with the War Games match itself, and this is because of fuck WWE. The original stipulation for War Games was either you win by submission or you force someone to quit. Nowadays, it's, oh, you could just get a pinfall. Fucking pussies. What do you find that Aries' legacy will be? Collected belts, but still a moron. As I grew up watching the WWF, Mr. Perfect, Randy Savage, Bret, Undertaker, and Shawn Michaels. Yeah, that's a good side. I don't see any wrong with that. Big Van Vader and Crusher, Bam Bam Bigelow versus Doom. Doom were a proper good team. Like, this is a clip from Starrcade and WCW Japan Super Show. 91 was a good year. I guess he'd be terrorizing. Well, his face was terrorizing. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are in for. I can't play this, can I? Shawn Michaels, you evil bastard. Reece, did you prefer Animal or Hawk? I preferred Animal, but both of them were incredible. I don't think there was a lot in it between them, to be honest. I think it was like few and far between for who was better, but I have Animal just edges it. I hate the fact that he's related to that absolute turd, John Laurinaitis, though. I feel sorry for him that that he ever related to that man. He deserves better. Or deserved better, I should say. Oh, I forgot this. I forgot about this segment. Let me know if you can hear this. Those were the times. Those were the times, guy. I've just seen a clip from Bobby Heenan putting $25,000 on Paul Orndorff. Oh, I completely forgot about that. Bobby Heenan was a savage back then for just putting money on people. Sting, DDP. Now, it's the only time it worked was WCW and NWA. So, Sting, DDP, Booker T, and LOD. Actually, no, take out Hawk, put in Dusty Rhodes. In terms of villains, Ric Flair. This might shock you, but I'm sticking with it. Psycho Sid. Even though he's an absolute wanker, I'm going to have to say Hogan. Then I'm going to say Rick Rude and Arn Anderson. Ooh, what a rush. Have you seen the self-destruction of the Ultimate Warrior? Yeah, who hasn't? What an absolute mad human being he was. He was incredibly overrated. That's also true. It's 20 years today since the curtain call. That's mad. On this day in '96 was the curtain call. Let's see. Fatal four way. Doink the Clown versus, well, less said about him the better. Versus Rick the Model Martel versus the Repo Man. Oh, Rick Martel. Rick Martel would win that. I'm going to assume in the next couple of years. I would assume the next couple of years. Who is the greatest put together tag team? The Hart Foundation from the 80s, Edge and Christian from the 90s, the Motorcycle Machine Guns and Beer Money from the 2000s, Brian Kendrick, Paul London, probably the most underrated, 2010s, Styles and Angle. Could the Warrior not draw? He was way over. WWE changed their own narrative. I feel like wrestling was leaving the golden era naturally at the time the superhero gimmick no longer worked. Warrior drew. It's just that he was a loose cannon without being a good loose cannon. Greatest put out to get. Great mention. I don't think they're better. I think you really want to measure them. I would say the Guns or Beer Money, give them a run for their money. But in terms of AEW's greatest put together tag team, Omega Hangman, that would be a great. To be fair, that would be an interesting wrestling match. I'm. To be fair, I like tag team wrestling, but I would rather work alone. Booker T and Goldust with Goldust Star. That was weird. I only liked one segment they did together. Not because they were horrible. It was just weird. I only liked one segment they did together, and that was the Darth Vader scene when they did Star Wars. That was funny. Warrior couldn't talk, cut a promo, or wrestle. Or not, he was fine. I disagree on one of those things. I disagree on one of those, but the rest I agree. His promos were good. He had a bizarre promo style though. That's what makes it interesting. But in terms of working, Warrior only had 4 good matches in his entire career. In terms of actually put together matches, Warrior only has 4. The 2 matches with Randy Savage, WrestleMania 7 and SummerSlam 92. And the other, obviously, is the 2 matches against Rick Rude. WrestleMania 5, SummerSlam 1990. Anything else? Shite. And I stand on that. Warrior couldn't write a comic book. True. For some reason, Warrior was my grand's favourite wrestler, but my granddad's favourite was Macho Man. No wonder I'm a Bret Hart fan, eh? Try to see what else we've got. Have we got any other news? Let's have a look. Some of his promos are weird. For a short match, it's up there, it's memorable. Is it great? I don't particularly think so, but you definitely see a lot from him. It's just strange. If he knew how to work, I say the same about Goldberg. If either of those two knew how to work and they weren't stupid human beings, they would have been great. Than what people deem them to be. True. He was probably in the wrong career. The wrong profession stands out. See if there's any more news. Have we got anything? Doubt it. In terms of a wrestler, Tessa Blanchard. In terms of a human being, a burning building. More or less. It's the greatest Intercontinental title match of all time. That's not got a stipulation on it. 100%. Yep, Josh Matthews got hired a couple of weeks ago though. In terms of Darby Allin, yeah, he has completed it, and I'm glad for him. Now we'll see how he fares getting down the mountain. That's the question. Ugh. What? This surely this did not happen. This is horrible. Absolutely. Making it down is a lot worse. Look what Soraya posted on her Twitter 2 days ago. I didn't realize this happened. This is disgusting. You know why I defend talents? He's not going to do a dive. He's not that stupid. Not unless he's got an actual parachute. Before answering any questions, look at this, and you wonder why I defend talent against fans at fucking events. Look at this. This has nearly a 1 million views, and it was posted 2 days ago. In case you wonder why I stick up for the talent over fans at these events, this is why. Reece, you're so harsh. Why do you do this? Because of that. And before anyone says, oh, was it an AEW fan? Was it a WWE fan? Whatever. No, it's just a wrestling fan. The tribalism doesn't matter in this situation. It's just disgusting. There are people in this chat that are suggesting like JD from New York and all that. Look at the comments. So true. I'm not going to play that clip because it's too long. It goes on and on. It's disgusting. It is disgusting. Yeah, NWA show. They're up there with well, Joker, are you American? If so, a lot of European football fans. Good fucking question. How far can Brody King throw Darby off the top of the mountain? Far enough for Darby Allin to probably set off a parachute, probably. No idea. Looks only, no personality, rank. Oh, that's harsh to put Alexa Bliss in there with no personality. That's harsh. Okay. Alexa Bliss number one, then Tori, then Sable, then Stacy, then Sunny. I'll be honest, I do not see what people say about Stacy Keibler. She's just legs. Nothing to her. Yeah, there are. Everywhere. Wrestling fans are horrible for it though, but it's just disgusting. Watch Darby show up at Double or Nothing in his Everest gear ready to crash out. That wouldn't surprise me. Man comes in, just jumps in, and does coffin drops all round. Oh, TH14 have put up a video with Sabu versus RVD from '96. Nice. Give that a watch when you get a chance, guys. It'll definitely be good. But yeah, fans out there are absolutely terrifying. If you guys remember ECW legend Francine, she used to be with the franchise Shane Douglas. She also put up a statement. I wonder if he actually brought his skateboard. He took his skateboard. He took his skateboard. Francine actually quoted this. She said she is right. I love you guys, I really do. But to grab us and kiss us is just wrong. It's happened to me a number of times and is not okay. Ask for a hug, I'll give you one. But kissing is off the table. Not cool. Exactly. Mercedes, I would put first for Alexa. She wouldn't be in my top five with no talent, but she has some pretty bad promos in AEW. Like 2 or 3. She's got more personality than Alexa Bliss, though, but Alexa Bliss has got personality. I think reality certainly kicks in. Ayatollah Freddie Blassie and the Iron Sheik on Piper's Pit. What a day. What else have we got? Five Feet Fury over Mercedes any day. In terms of promo skills, absolutely. In terms of wrestling, the other way around. Better woman manager, Francine or woman, aka Nancy Benoit. Easily, easily Francine. Yeah, she's got the legs, but in terms of the face, Daphne looked much better looking. I would rather have Daphne than Stacy Keibler. In terms of great counters in wrestling, here's one. Of course he did. Piper was not stupid. Mike Chioda, referee. That's how you do incredible counters in wrestling. All right, I think seriously, I think Drew McIntyre might Drew McIntyre is seriously trying hard to just be an internet gimmick. He's trying so hard now, it's actually quite funny. Ah, that's too funny. Francine or Sensational Sherry? Sensational Sherry. Francine is in my top three, but the greatest is Sherry, hands down. She's the greatest female manager in wrestling. What else we got? What else have we got? See, these tribal accounts, man, fuck off. Sherry or Elizabeth? It's still Sherry. It's Drew's Tavern now, not Mo's Tavern. Spot on, James. Are you a fan of Evolve? Not anymore. I don't like the current iteration. I think it's terrible. Oh, if you are a Stardom fan and you haven't watched the match yet, on YouTube now is the link for Saya Kamatani versus Tam Nakano. Which, to be fair, was phenomenal. It was only a couple of weeks ago, but it's a very excellent matchup. That was funny. Shawn Michaels owes a lot to Sherry. Ain't that the truth, brother? Ain't that the truth? Top five NXT UK talent: Tony Storm, Ilya Dragunov, Walter, Rhea Ripley, Pete Dunne. Hmm, interesting. Not bad choices either. Not bad choices. I think all three are excellent. They're right up there for individual promotions. I still have Santana versus Ali as one of my match of the years, obviously. A whole lot better, yeah. Do you think David Benwell will get into wrestling? Well, considering the fact he's absolutely tried and he still gets shit over his dad. I hope he's seen at wrestling shows, but he still gets shit because of his dad. I hope he doesn't get into wrestling properly, even though he does try. Pete Dunne would work a whole lot better in AEW now than he does in WWE because WWE just don't know what they're doing with him. Ooh, hello. MLW tweet. June 7th, the Women's World Featherweight Championship will be defended in Japan for the first time ever. Reigning champion Big Kaiju incredible wrestler Shoko Nakajima defends against Rising Star Kaya Torabami at the upcoming TGPW 2013 event on June 7th. Ooh, nice. Hello, I'll be watching that. No, he definitely doesn't deserve it, but sadly it will continue to happen. What do you think about Mark Briscoe versus Ricochet being a stretcher match at Double or Nothing? That's one way for Ricochet to go, aha, I'm out of here. It works for me. It's still a good match stipulation. It fits well. I did like the tribute for Steve McMichael the other day. That was lovely. 1996, they're actually showing the clip of Ultimate Warrior versus Owen Hart. Yeah, forget. I don't want to remember that. Oh, have you guys ever watched the Justice League animated series before? Of course they did. You wonder why people refuse to defend WWE a lot. This is one of the reasons they should. It was wrong to abandon him. Have you guys ever avoid Raw? Abu, some of it is mental. I've seen some of the advertising. Have you guys watched the Justice League animated TV series? Which is incredible TV, by the way. Have any of you guys ever watched this? Well, the episode where Ace dies has just popped up on screen. It's wild. Incredible writing that. It's a great show. It's on. You can watch it on Prime and Netflix, James. I watched it when it was out years ago. Fair enough. At least I know you're not basing these matches on Cage Match because fuck me, that website is awful. But these are all great matches. Oku versus Slater at number 8. That's a bit low. I'm going to stand by it. I think Oku versus Slater is better than Osprey versus Takeshita. I would have that at 5, and I'd put Osprey versus Takeshita down 1. But that's just my personal opinion. But for me, Santana Ali is in my top 10 already. To be honest, when I look at it, I don't do match of the. I can have match of the year contenders, but I don't do match of the year until the end of the year. Too bad they never will. 2020, whoa, 2 days time, Starlight Kid versus Hanako for the Wonder of Stardom champ. I'll be watching that. I will definitely be watching that 2 days time. Ooh, okay. Shinjiro Otani and Koji Kanemoto with a Doomsday Dropkick to Sabu in 1995. Well, that's the memories, eh? Those were the days. The Northern Army versus the System on a Border, bro. I swear, if the two bloody idiots beat if the fucking two washed veterans beat the Northern Army, I'm gonna fucking lose my shit at TNA. I keep a top 100 for the last few years. Fair enough. Fair enough. I always do it based on the eyesight. I see a lot of people these days. They just drop their opinions based on cage match for what they think are great matches. I just go fuck off. I'm like, no, you can look at it, but it's not the be all end all. Huh? What are you talking about? I think he means top 100 of matches, not wrestlers. I found it funny, but I still don't understand why Hornswoggle and GBL recreated their spot. Account Sinswandle3 put a tweet up saying, "How would you react if Hikaru Shida returned to AEW as a heel with this look and a Joshi stable?" So the question is, how would you react if Hikaru Shida returned to AEW as a heel in a Joshi stable, and this is the look? I would be like, yes, please. Hikaru Shida is missed in that fucking promotion. Massively, massively missed. I'm going to quote it the best way I know how. I would be like, yes, please. That's how you do it, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of people base their opinions on top matches based on how much they like the person in the match. They do a lot of that's a good way to base it. That's actually a good way to base it. But I will not listen to anybody who says they base it on cage match. For me, those are people I do not want to listen to. What do you think is the greatest tag team match ever? No Mercy 2002 is up there. The greatest tag team match ever? The greatest tag match ever. Greatest tag match ever. Two out of three falls. Beer Money versus Motorcycle Machine Guns. If you know, you know. 10 years ago, Kevin Owens' Raw debut, decent. Yes, he does. Kevin Owens been one of the best things going for a long time. Yeah, when they let him work. Julio, good seeing you, bro. I don't know if it's a non-topic, but if it's random topics, pick a start from each of the first four gens. Charizard, Totodile, Trico, Chimchar, and then their fully evolved forms. There you go. Decent. I don't keep lists, I just enjoy it all and I remember it all. Memory bank is madness up here. They say Dave Meltzer's a wrestling historian. Fucking crack my brain, then you'll really see who an historian is. Fair. Fair. No, Motorcycle Machine Guns. The guns versus beer money. There's something about that tag match that has a mind of its own. Mina Shirakawa versus Julia Hart next week. I am definitely tuning in for that. Briscoes versus FTR dog collar. For an extreme gimmick match, it's up there. Dave has given AEW like 55-star matches in WWE whole history like 20. That's his preference. The whole this is something I will counter the Dave Meltzer thing, and this is something that people need to reflect because they never learn. Remember, the 5-star thing is his own thing, but a 5-star match should be your own idea. How he judges a 5-star match is not how I judge a 5-star match. James Storm or Hangman. Hangman is nearly eclipsing James Storm. When you look at overall accomplishments, James Storm still outranks Hangman. And in terms of like the matches, I would slightly say he's ahead because his feuds are a bit more memorable. The Hangman's done great. I've got nothing against Hangman. Bulbasaur versus Oddish versus Weeping Bell. Bulbasaur will just cheat and use Dig. So Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur will just do a Ric Flair. He'll just find a way to cheat and win. Love the game. There are wrestlers who had matches you would say are, even in a slower pace, are still worthy of a 5-star. But a 5-star match does depend on what it is. Like, I think people over exaggerate the 5-star. As far as I'm concerned, a 5-star match has to properly captivate you, not just because, oh, this talent's in the match, so it's a 5-star match automatically. Yes, this is true. This is true. And I watched that episode multiple times. Meltzer, for all he knows about wrestling, I will give him this. He's a great historian. But see, when it comes to what he says about people, he's a right dick. An absolute dickhead. And I've met Dave Meltzer. The guy's fucking tiny. Like, I guarantee you that you would need to stand right beside him to notice that that's Dave Meltzer. In terms of his knowledge of the business, right up there. But there's not much that's worth looking at. I think, honestly, how you view a 5-star match is different to how I view a 5-star match. The Hell in a Cell match, yes. Because that is 100% a 5-star classic. Are they really a useful guide? Because he broke his own. For me, a 5-star match should be the highest you go to. And if you don't, Stevie Richards actually said something that's very important. Stevie Richards once critiqued his 5-star thing, saying, unless you confirm what it is to be a 5-star match, then don't have it in the first place. Which is actually quite valid. Austin Brett got a 5-star, absolutely. It's one thing I agree on with him is the best WWE match ever produced. It's still my favourite of all time. I'll never understand why Kurt Angle never got one. That's something I don't understand. I can give Kurt minimum 5 right off the bat. I don't understand it. But that's my own understanding of the 5-star. See, I've been watching since '99. And I've watched matches since, like, from the 70s and the 80s. I think the whole idea of rating matches out of a scoreline is a pointless decision. I don't care. It's not something I care about. People obsess over it. I don't. If you were a wrestler in the late 80s, would you sign with WWF or the Crockett's? Crockett's. Yep, hands down. I will never understand it. I give my own views on that. Like, I have my own view. Have you watched a match from the 50s? Only one. Only one. And it was Lou Fez. But I can't remember who he wrestled against. I can't remember who it was. I think it might have just been an enhancement talent, but Lou Fez. Who is the best wrestler out of Smoky Mountain? I never really watched a lot of Smoky Mountain. If you want to talk about who's the most, I think just because of what he went to accomplish, I think you'd have to say Glenn Jacobs. But in terms of Smoky Mountain, I never really watched Smoky. Yeah, this I don't understand. Yeah, this is true. San Martino or superstar Billy Graham? Still San Martino. The superstar Billy Graham was, in his own mind, in his own way, special. SMW, yeah, Cornette was the first Smoky Mountain. There's actually I haven't really watched a lot of it, so I can't really comment on Smoky Mountain, but that's because I prefer other things. Dusty Rhodes or Magnum TA? Honestly, Magnum TA. It's a shame he had that car crash. It was his own fault. He'll admit it himself. It was his own fault. But I think Magnum was better than Dusty. Dusty had a lot though. Like Dusty was truly special. I will never deny Dusty Rhodes. But in terms of like pure wrestling and great character work to the promo that translated to the time, Magnum TA deserves a lot more praise than he gets. It's just annoying that he chose to go too fast on a road and killed himself. Well, not kill himself, but fucked himself. Killed his career. He was speeding, driving a Porsche, and then he lost control and crashed into a lamppost. He killed his career by being a fanny. Outback Jack. I never thought I'd see a picture of Outback Jack on my timeline. If Teddy Hart had his mind on straight, how good could he have been? Honestly, I don't know. That's an excellent question, though. I'm not actually sure. He had the potential, though. For promos, I absolutely do think Dusty is better, even though I really like Magnum's specific type of promo. But matches, I prefer Magnum. A guy named Brian Lee was supposed to be one of the top babyface in Smoky Man Wrestling. I've only seen a few episodes, but he was one of them. Brian Lee, fake Undertaker. He main evented SummerSlam 1994. Yes, he does. Brett does hate Teddy. I forgot this was real. I will never forget him being fake Taker. Because you can tell it's just so bad. Laugh to this, folks.
Well, it's already 10 o'clock in the morning. We're drinking coffee. No, it's already 10 o'clock in the morning. We're drinking coffee at 10 o'clock in the morning where I come from. I'll take a cold beer instead. I'll come to think of it, my stomach is rumbling a little bit. I'll have another cold beer.
Have a beer. Now have another cold beer. Superfly Jimmy or Ricky Steamboat? Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. All day, every day. 100% Ricky. No, of course not. He was actually a real life friend of his as well. I'll have another cold beer. Exactly. At least this time, at least I'm not going to get busted by playing the clip. At least I can just go, we spoke. I'm still waiting to find this bike that I'm trying to get because I need to find myself a bike. Oh, hold on. That's my aim anyway. I'm trying to get a bike. Besides driving, I really want to start cycling because it'll help stay fit. Stone Cold versus Kurt Angle at SummerSlam was great. I've seen it. I still think LFG's crap. Sometimes I don't understand chats because some of the things are just weird. What else have we got? Do we have more news? Looks like we don't. Maybe we don't need to do more news stuff. We can do more fun. Let me just have a look and check if there's anything else newsworthy. Oh yeah, 100%. You know they were perfect for each other in that way. They're the perfect foil. I do not play League of Legends. No, he told Kurt I can't cry. Exactly. Yeah, I'm fine where I am. The Hart brothers or the Guerrero brothers? The Harts. Does it bring back bad memories if you look at certain moments in wrestling? Truthfully, it does. That is true. That came out a couple of days ago, and he would be up there. I would be like, yes, please. I loved watching Kaka back in the day. Guys, drop some questions in the chat. I'm just going to quickly take a quick break. I'll be back in no watch 45 seconds. Yep, you're the third person to mention her tonight, dude, after I brought up. It's quite an interesting situation. If she doesn't win, then they're fucking stupid. How would AJ Lee do in this era of wrestling? A lot better than Maxine Dupree. I don't know how she would fare in this era, honestly. I don't know. Whenever Bronson Reed returns, what does he do next in WWE? He's the third man. There's a story about that. If you look up online, you'll find the answer. Very easy one. How do you feel about Jerry Lawler versus Bret Hart feud? Oh, me, that was fucking horrible. I never liked it. How would you rate the Nasty Boys tag team? Late 80s, early 90s, incredible. Anything after that, crap. That's how I rate them. Zayn will be the third man. Wouldn't surprise me if they go that way, but I think Bronson Reed would be a better option. The Sami Zayn, the only thing is, if he's going to beat Jey Uso for the world title, it makes no sense for him to be the third man in the faction. Just my perspective on that's what I think anyway. He's a long way away. He was doing well too. Rabid, like wild, angry. Have you ever seen like a rabid animal? You know, like really intense, scarily aggressive. Do you think Bret Hart would have been a good booker? I actually think he would have been. I think he would have been. Might build Zayn versus Punk feud. I don't know if we need that as a feud. Hold on, folks. The whole thing is a Wolverine is an actual real life creature though. They are rabid. They are scary though. You wouldn't want to come across one. This is what a Wolverine looks like. I would hate to come across one of these. Luckily, you don't find them in this country. Luckily, you would never find that in a heartbeat. Which current wrestler would have the best chemistry with Bret Hart in a match? There's three that stand out to me straight away. Kenny Omega, AJ Styles, Josh Alexander. Or just really stupid as well to go looking. Randy Orton versus Bret Hart sounds good. I don't know if Randy Orton Bret Hart would be a good match at all. Bret Hart would have to really care about Orton to get a good match out of him. I think Gabe Kidd would have a good match with Bret Hart. I would be well up for that. Like, it's a shame that we'll never get Tanahashi or Nakamura versus Bret as well. Even a Naito versus Bret match. Oh, Randy's tapping out in like 2 minutes. I think they did. Before he left for WCW, I'm pretty sure they did, but it was a long time ago. What animal is it closest resemble to? It's like a very small bear. Like, size-wise, it's smaller than a bear, but it's basically a bear. I'm sure we did get a match between these two. When, though, is a different question. I'm sure we did get one, but it was one off. Doesn't look like it. If we didn't, then that's stupid. Not that I generally can't remember if we got a match like that, but because that would have been one that would have just been perfect. Zack Sabre Jr. would work. Hangman, no. I don't think Hangman would. David Finlay, yes. El Desperado, yes. Hangman, that would. I don't know. I wouldn't have minded that though. I think the hardest thing though is to get a Bret Hart match. You really need to understand the reality. Bryan Danielson versus Bret, that would have been great. The sad thing is about life itself is we never got the match that we truly deserved. Kurt Angle versus Bret Hart is the match that real wrestling fans deserved and never got. What else have we got? Interesting. Bret and Angle for me are my 1 and 2. But from those four in the top 10, yes. Would Bret Hart have would Bret Hart have good matches with Brock Lesnar? 100%. 100%, yeah. But he would have liked Brock Lesnar when Brock Lesnar was at his best. He would have liked 02 to 04 Brock Lesnar. I think Brock, after coming back from the UFC, I think Bret would have hated working with him because it would have just been the same match. It wouldn't have been fun. It wouldn't have felt like a pro wrestling match. Exactly. 13 likes on this video. Fucking hell, you guys are brilliant. What else do you guys want to ask? Like I said, there's no time scale, there's no time frame. Whatever you guys want to keep asking about, go ahead. Mr. Perfect versus Brock. Well, if you know 2002, then ain't that the truth? Your favorite Bret Hart versus Taker match? SummerSlam 97, number 1, and then number 2 is the Royal Rumble the year before. Chris Benoit would get torn to shreds in an Ultimate Submission match against Bret Hart. I'd have Bret versus Angle wrestle to a time limit draw. 60 minutes, time limit draw, no wins. No falls, nothing. Just two men wrestling for the love of the game. Favorite Royal Rumble event, not just match, but event as a whole. 97 and 2001. Both of them together tied. 97 and 01. They're my favorite events for the Royal Rumble. Brett versus Angle would be the GOAT, yeah. If Goldberg hadn't been an absolute cunt, we would have had Brett versus Angle in Mania 18. But no, Goldberg had to choose to kick his head off. Not literally, but you know what I mean. Fuck Bill Goldberg. Sabu or AJ Styles. I love Sabu, but I have to go with Styles. For me, he's in my top 3. 98 was great. Sabu is incredibly underrated for his wrestling as a whole, and he deserves a lot of praise, but Styles is up there in my top 3 of all time. I can't change over just because of Sabu being mentioned, but I love Sabu. And God rest his soul too. If you look at Royal Rumbles, 97, 98, 2001 are just different level. 07 is okay. The rest of them, they're special, but I don't get as much enjoyment out of the rest. Terry Funk or James Storm? Terry Funk. Terry Funk had the Terry Funk has the third best match of 1997, and that says a lot how much I love 97. Terry Funk had the third best match. Actually, hold on. Nah, sorry. Fourth. Nah, sorry, I can't. Nah, I can't. Nah, fourth best match of 97. If I'm being for Hogan being a prick, that would have been number 1, but that's 5th for me, so fuck Hulk Hogan. Zodiac, no one could. It would be insanity. Why didn't James Storm last on NXT? Because NXT buried the shit out of him. And also, the commentary in his debut was a disgrace. Here we have James Storm, a veteran of the wrestling business. He's been on the indies for the last 10 years. TNA is bigger than NXT, you frauds. Whoever, I can't remember who says the line, but I absolutely hate it. Chris Benoit only really had 2 main submissions. How many can you name of Brett? Sharpshooter, sleeper hold, figure 4 leg lock, a heel hook, a knee bar, arm bar, bow and arrow stretch. What did you make of Bobby Roode's world title run in TNA? It's in my top 3. Dragon Sleeper as well, yeah. Bobby Roode's in my top 3 TNA world title runs. Fucking loved his run. So good. He was the best heel in 2012. Bar none. He was the best heel. Extremely underrated as fuck. That's the gimmick that WWE should never have changed from. When he went to WWE, NXT, etc., didn't need to make him glorious Bobby Roode. Just keep him as the it factor. He established that on his own. It would have worked in WWE, but guess what? They had to change it. Morons. How come the Japan crowds are more quiet? It takes a lot to pop the crowd compared to like the Western countries. But the one thing about the Japanese crowds is they're still invested in what they're watching. But when you really excite them, like or they do something pull off, you know you've got them in the palm of your hand. Every crowd reacts differently. Every crowd reacts differently. They're all special in their own way. I love Japanese crowds. Really do. Excuse me. Japanese is incredible. It's what happened to Chris Harris in TNA. There was a lot of issues behind the scenes apparently. That's why like it wasn't similar to like HBK Marty Jannetty in terms of the reaction that fuck's sake, Bella. Get down, you dumb fuck. Come here. I swear this cat will be the death of me. He got injured, but there was more than that. There was other problems behind the scenes as well. They had a falling out as well. They had a bad falling out. Jericho got a great reaction out of that crowd, though. He got a great reaction out of them. I loved it when he brought out the Painmaker gimmick for the first time. That was incredible. Don't even think about it. Why did Matt Morgan not work in TNA and WWE? WWE put on a ridiculous stutter gimmick. To be honest, I think he did work in TNA, but he didn't work in his second run. Worst thing Russo did in TNA, LAX versus Team 3D, Electrify Steel Cage comes to mind, and Dr. Stevie Richards. The midget with the gun. To be honest, Russo is the worst thing to happen to professional wrestling in the first place. And even though he follows me on Twitter, I will not change my mind on that. Go on, go play. For all the good things Vince Russo has done, the guy's an idiot for some of the stuff he did produce. Like, seriously. Like, he thought he could do everything, but he absolutely couldn't. Dixie Carter had to give him creative control of like creative head creative. So bad. I would have preferred TNA the way they'd done it before Russo got involved. Jarrett, Dutch Mantel, Jim Cornette, that was enough. And it worked. Especially with Jesse James there. That's because they believed in Misawa. It's just how wrestling works over there, that's all. That last rights match with Sting versus Abyss, that was really bad, yeah. I was watching that the other day as well, like the pay-per-view. It's just a disgrace. See, when you look at Vince Russo as well, he is just a joke. Grade Jeff Jarrett as a booker in TNA. Honestly, I like Jeff Jarrett as a booker. I know a lot of people didn't because he kept making himself world champion, but after he stepped away, when he stepped away after Bound for Glory when he put over Sting, when he was booking that period, 06 to 09, with Cornette and Dutch Mantel until Dutch left, and then they got rid of Jim because they were bringing in Wankface and Biscoffy Pie. They had it right there and then. They had the right roster. They had booked women perfectly. They were getting somewhere that was so good, and then Dixie had to go and sell the soul of the company to bring in two men that should never have been there in the first place. So in terms of grading Jarrett as a booker in TNA, right up there. I've said on here before, I would give the booking to AEW Jeff Jarrett. When Tony Khan isn't around, I would give booking to Jeff Jarrett. Like days where Tony Khan goes, actually, I don't want to be there today. That's what I would do. Oh, fair play, Brighton. Fair play, stuff Liverpool. They would say fair play, Liverpool. I'd be like, fair play, Liverpool for losing this game. That's great. Yeah, we'll go with that. Fair play, Liverpool. You lost this game. With Russo, the company did fine. It was until well, that's funny because who's the person who got them kicked off Spike TV? Vince Russo. You want to know another thing that Vince Russo is responsible for, and I absolutely hate his guts for it? This. This moron. Liverpool losing, I'm proud of them. Well done. Because keep losing matches into next season too and lose your title. But there's something that Vince Russo is responsible for that I will never forgive him for. I mean, I will seriously never forgive him for. And also, he made D'Lo Brown an NWA World Championship contender. Disgusting. Yep. I will never, ever forgive Vince Russo very bad decision. I want to make sure I can find the exact image because it was fucking disgusting. In fact, you know what? I'm just going to bring up the person. You don't like Brown? Who? All I'm going to say, ladies and gentlemen, if you know what I'm thinking about, this is something oh, right, I don't like D'Lo Brown. It's not that I don't like D'Lo Brown. D'Lo Brown should not be competing for the world championship. He wasn't good enough to be a world champion or good enough to be in that type of talent. Fair enough. They'll ruin him too. If you know, you know. This is another reason why I don't like Vince Russo. I will never forgive him for this. Proper tough son of a bitch, Raven. I do love shepherd's pie. Yes, it's amazing. What did he do with Raven you didn't like? Have you never seen it? Have you never seen this? So what I don't like about Raven, you can go and find it. It was a long time ago, but basically Raven had a match in 2003 when it was still NWA TNA, and basically it was up for me. It was the best booked TNA match for the world title in the Asylum era. Basically, Raven lost the match and he got his head shaved. Now obviously I contribute James Mitchell at fault of this as well, but it was Vince Russo that booked the stupidity and didn't interfere. But basically, Raven's head got shaved, but the clippers were backwards, and it was ripping his scalp. So he had to go backstage and shave off the rest of his head with heavy scar and blood coming out of his head. It was fucking pathetic. Why did Raven not work in WWE? They didn't understand his character. They really didn't understand. Same with WCW. TNA got it right, eventually. But yeah, WWE just didn't understand him. It's a shame because he would have been perfect at the time. What's your favourite thing about D'Lo Brown? The head shake, the mustache, the injuries to other wrestlers, or the funny walk? I mean, I look the. I was gonna say, look, I like the sky high frog splash thing he did, but apart from that, D'Lo Brown he was good for the mid card, but main event, ugh, horrible, absolute horror shit. Yeah, fuck you, Russo. I've never heard that before. You've never heard that, really? Well, I've educated you now. 2003. Let me just make sure if it is this match. It's not. It's not this match, but if you really want to see a great wrestling match, watch this. If you get a chance, this is one of the best world title matches TNA ever produced. I did like Raven and Louis Theroux's documentary. You're doing a documentary of wrestling, you don't know who I am. Shouldn't you have done some research before you started this endeavor? Exactly. He fucking tore him to shreds. Did you like Just Incredible? I actually did. Well, yes, it is because he's the head booker and head of creative, and he didn't get involved, and he booked it that way. Even Steve Blackman was burned 100%. Steve Blackman was cool. I did actually like his wrestling as well. Like, I think he could have been a lot better if he had focused, but I did like Test, but I was also disappointed by Test as well in the very end. Like, he just let go. He had the potential to be a whole lot better though. Like, he had the potential. Black man at the Motherfuck Dojo. Do you guys watch the? I recommended them, but do you guys watch the Wrestling Bios? Um, do you guys watch the Wrestling Bios channel that I recommend in here? Well, I like the videos they do when they do the relive the war stuff, and it's like Raw versus Nitro. I just love it when it comes up like Steve Blackman is like Steve motherfucking Blackman. I appreciate that. I'm good though, thank you. Like I said, he gave up on himself. He was done. He wasn't great in TNA when he wrestled under his own name, Andrew Martin. He was not good. But he was just finished. A lot of bad ways happened to him, and that was it. It was over. It got bad for him. It's a shame. But yes, well done, Brighton. You saved us all from another miserable Liverpool win, so thank you. Bye. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are watching, please do share the stream. Please do subscribe to the channel if you are new. And I actually like that this is going to be our Monday thing. I like this is going to be a Monday thing. Sit down with the steel chair on a Monday just sounds good. Maria's great question. Who do you blame for Austin versus Brock Lesnar never happening on pay-per-view? Vince McMahon, Brian Gerwitz. And could you blame Austin? Not really. Austin literally said he wanted it on a pay-per-view. Like, he didn't want it to be on something that was just unadvertised, no build-up. So I would honestly say that. Ooh, that's an excellent question because I like all three. Callum Newman, Francesco Akira, or Cozy Fujita. See the way it's going right now, I think it's going to be Akira. All three of them, no matter who holds singles gold first, I'll be happy. But if I'm looking based on right now how things are going and they're really good, I think it's Akira. No, I think it's fair to say Steve Austin in the circumstance, but I think if you're going to really blame someone, it's Gerwitz and Vince. I don't know why they suggested that in the first place. Let's just do it on Raw without any build up. That was so stupid. Obviously, Steve Austin went, fuck this, I'm going home, and I don't blame him, but he was right in a way as well. You have potential to give one of the best wins to Brock in the best way, because picture this, you beat Brock, then you beat Brock beats Austin, then he beats Hogan, then he beats Rock, then he beats Taker, then he gets to Kurt Angle. Bada bing, bada boom. Fucking behave. Was the Rock versus Hogan the right decision, or should it have been Austin versus Hogan? If you're actually basing it on the manner, it should have been Austin versus Hogan. But for me, I still liked what they did anyway. But if you think about the smartest way, it should have been Rock versus Hall, Hogan versus Austin. But I'm glad that we got Rock versus Hogan anyway, because then Rock gets to beat the piss out of him. They were probably swinging they could get sweep. Yeah, they really did try, and he was like, "Nah, fuck you." Many people say Benoit's world champion wasn't good. I disagree. He only did main event. I think he was all right. Let's move on now, because he's came up a lot tonight. I know I said at the start that you could mention Benoit, but he's been mentioned into the double digits now. Let's try and bring someone else up. Let someone else get mentioned for a change. If you look at his main event, this is the last thing I'm going to say in his world title reign. He only had 2 good world title matches in that run. That was it. Yeah, the fact that he's going to be part of that faction, they're fucking stupid. I stand by this. Why didn't Brock Lesnar versus Batista never happen? Very easy. Brock Lesnar. Although to be fair, Lesnar would be a funnier name. Brock Lesnar's ego. Was he? Wasn't he? Either way, he's been mentioned enough. Let's move on. Yeah. Oh God Almighty. Batista wanted a match with Brock Lesnar. That whole Eugene gimmick, less said the better, because that was another example of WWE going way too far. Way too far. What happened to Lance Storm in WCW? He got buried by Stone Cold. Great matches with Edge, then he got buried. It's a shame that Lance Storm was a great wrestler because his promos were shit. Like, not in the sense of they were shit that they weren't good. It was shit that he didn't get the reaction because he had the personality of a dead pigeon or a dead squirrel. No personality from Lance Storm, but as a wrestler, incredible. It's a shame it didn't work. He fit really well in the Un-American stable in 2002, but if he was able to translate his great wrestling skills to his personality, he would have fit really well at that time. I think maybe he was on the wrong brand. Maybe he should have went to SmackDown. I think he might have been better with Paul Heyman during the SmackDown 6 era. I think that's another thing. Potentially he was let down in that sense, but the guy was boring. Oh, he probably did. He probably did. It's a shame because Steve Austin liked Lance Storm as well. The Shield gimmick in the Royal Rumble, taking out entrants one after another, was brilliant. I wish they would have had the confidence to do that through the Rumble. John Cena ruins it. John Cena ruins everything. John Cena ruins life. Screw John Cena. Mind you, we are 3 hours and now 5 minutes into the stream. How is everybody? Yeah, I said it, 3 hours, 5 minutes. It doesn't feel like it. Like, it feels like an hour. Like, that's how good it feels. It feels like we've only been live for an hour. Trying to get Revan's purple lightsaber. I only seen it once. How old were you when you watched your first wrestling match? 2 years old. Jedi or Sith? I love both, but I prefer the villains because the villains were actually right in the end. So Sith. But Jedi are cool. What was your first pay-per-view? WWE or WCW? You gotta be specific. I was watching wrestling with my granddad and my mum. That way back when. I've been watching it ever since. First WWE pay-per-view, Backlash '99. First WCW pay-per-view was Slamboree. And no matter how hard they tried, the opening match of Nitro on the 26th edition of April 1999 is still the best world title match that they did on TV. Where do you rank Boba Fett among characters from Star Wars? Top 5? Top 5. But yeah, Backlash. But my first TV was Nitro and Raw at the same time because I had both like going back and forth. But I watched that Sting versus DDP match that opened it, and then they ruined it at the very end of the show. So, bastards. But yeah, Boba Fett for me is in my top 5 Star Wars characters. Where do you rank Obi-Wan Kenobi among Star Wars characters? Top 3? The first pay-per-view you ordered with your own money. Well, I've been working since 2019, and I kept not paying for wrestling pay-per-views until a couple of years ago. So the first one I paid for my own money. You still had the network, so technically you could say anything that was on the WWE network, but nothing that didn't include networks. Full Gear 2019. Great pay-per-view. Fourth. I had a lot of DVDs of wrestling growing up, so I had some of them, but yeah. Did you watch AWA matches? I have watched a lot of AW matches because I loved Bockwinkel. Kurt Hennig and Jerry Lawler at the time were just incredible in that promotion. Lawler winning the title from Kurt Hennig was phenomenal. But I love Nick Bockwinkel as a champion because every time I think of Nick Bockwinkel, I immediately think of Chris Jericho as world champion in 2009. Well, 08, 09, 2010. Because he was phenomenal in that role. I love that Chris Jericho based a heel world title gimmick purely on Nick Bockwinkel. Scott Hall in that period as well. Savage. They were all great there. It does, yeah. You got it. See you later, Chief. I think if you really want to watch just some great wrestling in general and you want to understand how the 80s was great, the AWA is one of the first places I recommend besides NWA. Going into WCW the late 80s. Well, mid 80s to mid to late 80s. The Crockett's and AWA, but also some of the stuff WWE did in that time is still great. Where do you rank the Fabulous Freebirds? They are the greatest trio by far in terms of like a trio team. So number 1 for me is Darth Vader. So Vader, Revan, Kenobi, Solo, then Boba. Number 6, I have Luke Skywalker, controversially. And then number 7, the Emperor. Number 8, Yoda. Bear in mind, Vader I'm including both as Anakin Skywalker and Vader himself because basically it's the same character. Just top tier. The guy was just creepy, but Oof. Where do I rank Jabba? I'm not sure. It's up there somewhere. My first pay-per-view and match was Backlash 2009. I just watched Paul freaking White chokeslam Superman through a damn searchlight fixture. Yeah, I remember that. Which current tag matches? Which current tag team matches up best with the Hart Foundation? Current tag team. There's only one. The Hurt Syndicate. Lashley and Shelton Benjamin versus Neidhart and Brett. From current tag teams, that's the only one. Who is Darth Revan? Oh, sir. Oh, sir. Oh, sir. This, my friend, is Darth Revan. FTR versus Hart Foundation. As long as Stokely Hathaway's not involved, then I suppose, because he is absolute horseshit. Not even gonna try. That's too hard, I guess. AEW/WWE Dream Matches. Number one is so obvious for me. Omega versus AJ. We'll say this though: Powerhouse Hobbs versus Braun Breaker. And I think because they've impressed me a lot, I actually think FTR versus Fraxium. Deonna Purrazzo versus Stephanie Vaquer. Tony Storm. Tony Storm versus Jordan Grace, provided they let her work. And then Seth Rollins versus Will Ospreay. It all depends on what happens and what he does on his own mindset. That's the only thing. The latter part, not the first part, the latter. Have you seen The Last of Us yet? Yes, I have. I really liked the finale. It was good. Alright, okay. Fair enough. Not yet. MJF versus Seth? Yeah. Maybe. I actually think MJF versus Drew McIntyre is more appropriate. But MJF versus Seth, good shout. What, SummerSlam 2011? It was alright. It only has one moment that stands out. I say that in that greatest respect. 2011 was a bad year for WWE. Really bad year. If you were in charge of booking WCW versus WWE Supercard during the 90s, how would it look? How would it like? Oh fuck. It's absolute horrible. I don't recommend it. Yeah, I like it. In this order: Kenny versus AJ, Billy Goat versus Visionary, Sammy Guevara versus Carmelo Hayes, Just have Sammy Guevara constantly beat Carmelo over and over again. Top Flight versus Fraxium? Okay. Decent. Darby Allin versus Ilya Dragunov. Interesting. To answer this question, okay, let's see. So, top tier of WCW versus top tier WWE in the 90s. Okay, so let's do this. I'll do 8 matches. I'll do 8 matches and that's it. I won't do any more. So, my main event is a champion versus champion showcase. So I'm going to say my main event is Bret Hart versus Ravishing Rick Rude. Because at this point, I'm basing him as the international champion, with Bret Hart as WWE champion. Then I have DDP versus Mr. Perfect, US champion versus Intercontinental champion. Tag teams, Owen and Bulldog versus. Actually, I'm going to make this an 8-man tag. Owen, Bulldog, Neidhart, Pillman versus the Steiners and Harlem Heat. So that's 3 matches. Number 4, Jushin Thunder Liger versus let's see. Who would I give Jushin Thunder Liger a match against from that time? Yo, I'm actually going to do it because I think it would be so much fun. Jushin Thunder Liger versus Razor Ramon. Then I'm going to have to recreate a masterpiece feud. I'm going to have on the WWE side, I'm going to have Cactus Jack. And then on the WCW side, I'm going to have Vader. So that's 5. Then I'm going to have Sting versus Taker. No, that's Sting versus Vader. Ric Flair representing WCW versus Steve Austin. And then my last match, number 8, I'm going to have a fatal 4-way match between Eddie Guerrero, Rey Mysterio, the 1-2-3 Kid, and Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. Those are some interesting matches, but Omega versus Gunther, fair enough. Gable versus Alexander, that's an easy win for Alexander. Interesting choices though. What grade do you give the Invasion pay-per-view? 0. 0. Horrible. Fair play, good shout. Okada would destroy him, but I would watch this. Someone who's never watched a wrestling match in their life, what matches would you show them from all the promotions? Alright. Okay, so WWE, I'm showing them Brett versus Austin at WrestleMania 13. AEW, I'm showing them Danielson versus Omega at Grand Slam. TNA, straight away, I'm showing them the Unbreakable Triple Threat. New Japan, I'm going to show Nakamura versus. I would show them Nakamura versus AJ. Ring of Honor, CM Punk versus Samoa Joe. Which is a hard one, but I would choose that. Stardom, Mariah May versus Julia. Noah. Literally the match that's just happened. I'm not kidding. Kaito Kiyomiya versus Ozawa rematch. And another Joshi one I'm choosing is Tam Nakano's match just there against Kawatani. What would AEW versus WWE Supercard look like? That's, I think, because it's only 6 years in, company wise, I can't really book it on that, but I don't know, that'd be a tricky one. I don't know. What's the greatest triple threat ever, Mount Rushmore? Well, the Unbreakable match is the greatest triple threat ever. Then I would say Vengeance 2002. The WrestleMania 20 triple threat, and this one might shock you, but it's a really good one for me. Steiner. Actually, no. Nah, never mind. Yeah. Ricochet, Takeshita, Osprey. I was going to say the sacrifice one, but actually that ended up being an awkward letdown. The I don't still to this day the Unbreakable triple threat is still the greatest for me. That match had everything. Yeah, those are good shouts, Darius. Those are good shouts. Appreciate it, guy. And Zodiac, thank you so much. It's good seeing you. I hope you're doing well as well. I'm glad that you're sticking around. All considering, I know you told me, so I'm glad that you're here. It's really good to see you, buddy. It's a match I'd love to. I would love to do a watch along of on the channel. Just obviously I can't show it, but obviously people can watch it with me at the same time whilst I react and cover it. Is the Unbreakable match because I can easily pull it up. So good. Oh, Jade would get her arms and legs torn off. To be fair, the WrestleMania 2000 triple threat's up there as well for me. Just because I don't like Chris Benoit doesn't mean I won't include the Mania 20 match. It's a great match. Regardless of how I think of the person, I can't ignore how good the match was. Was Prince Albert a big fumble? Yes, he was. He was. I'll be right back. Deonna Purrazzo smokes Charlotte every day of the week. Nothing like a good quick refuel. Let's see, 3.5 hours, song change. It's a good list, Stampede. Alexander Bailey, 60-minute Ironman match is good, but I don't think I would choose that over the Unbreakable match, or even Joe versus Angle at Lockdown. But it is a match I would recommend to watch. It's great. I actually wonder. Video rights. That's all it is, really. I wonder, what is the longest video on the channel? 323, 305, 302. WrestleMania 41, we went 4 hours. Well, we went 4.25 hours. 3 hours 14. 3.5 hours was the My GM channel video where I mugged them off. Three hours 17. Another night of wrestling when I done the triple review show, 4 hours 28. I think that's the longest video. The new generation of wrestling talent, that was just a gaming stream, that went 4 hours exact. Three hours 38. $3.26 because that was a Slammiversary watch along from last year. Elimination Chamber watch along was just under 3 hours. The Weekly Steelchair quiz, 3 hours 51 minutes. I need to do another one of those. Oh yeah, I forgot I did that first. I did that watch along for Crown Jewel that I'm no longer doing again, but that was 4 hours 42. So that's the longest show. Nah, SummerSlam 2023 was the longest, 4 hours 29. Wow. Yeah, if you find where you're looking for, you'll get it. WWE doesn't own the rights to Stampede Wrestling. I don't think so. They might do. I'm not 100% sure. To be fair, what doesn't WWE have the rights to? I miss the G1 shows, they were fun. We did do the rewatch of Andrade versus Gargano, I forgot about that. There's so many things I need to. Oh, there's a tribute show I did for Bray and Terry Funk. That was hard. Yeah, I've got it. I've got it saved as a bookmark, but I can just pop up 2 seconds. Ooh. It has to be 2017. The final of 20, the final from 2017. It's, I'm hoping this year's G1 will be good. Last year was tricky. Right, where is it? There we go. That's the Kamatani versus Tam Nakano match. There was something about Omega versus Naito that I just loved the most. It's right up there for me. Between that and when, to be fair, every Okada one's been top notch, but I just really liked Omega versus Naito. It was so good. Naito is so incredible. Incredible. Not all of them, sadly. I have some of them. Alright, Luca. I'm fine. How are you? To be fair, I love when Okada mugged off the G1 and he brought back the old title machine, like the old title belt. That was top tier. They should never got rid of that belt. I don't need cheap viewers, thank you. If I want cheap viewers, I buy them. I don't buy views. Reece, you're a machine. 3.5 hour stream, two chaser, thank you. I've gone a lot longer. On the original channel before New Japan killed it, I did a 6 hour stream. It was fun. It was fun. I'm good. I'm good. I hope you are as well. I'm what indestructible is to indestructible. You're really asking the tricky one tonight, aren't you, Maria? How do you want me to rank them? Because that's no easy feat. top 5. Okay. Big gold belt. The proper big gold belt. Not the version that WWE butchered. Big gold belt. Then that's number 2 right there. Number 3, Winged Eagle. Number 4, actually no, that's a lie. That is a lie. Number 1 is the big gold belt. Number 2 is the IWGP Intercontinental title. Then number 3, it's the Winged Eagle. Then it's that. And then number 5, sorry. Number 5 is the original TNA World title for me. Those are my top 5. It's hard because the IWGP World title version 4 is one of the best titles ever. But I love the Intercontinental title more. I actually don't know. I had it for about 6 years until New Japan got upset over a pay-per-view that wasn't even theirs. I loved Winged Eagle, but it's not my favorite WWE title belt, but it's beautiful. I live to be hated by the wrestling community. It's okay. I'm okay with that. WCW US title was beautiful. I like the white strap IC title from the 90s. Winged Eagle was great, but it's not my favorite. I just can't. I'm trying to get my hands on a few of them. Do you get into arguments with fans on Twitter? Been in a fair few. Top Collision matches. This might shock you, but there's only one Collision match I love to death. There's some good matches, but there's only one that I will keep going back to watch. And that's the 2 out of 3 falls match, Juice Robinson and Jay White versus FTR. Yeah. It is indeed, Darius. It's still the best match produced on Collision. Still. I don't know how they're gonna. I don't know if they'll ever top it. I really don't think they will. Just like the best match on Dynamite is Omega versus Danielson. It's a beautiful title. It's beautiful. I'm trying to get my hands on it and the IWGP one so I can have them together on a shelf. There's a lot of titles I really want to get my hands on. That thing, 350 quid. Feel free to take away my TK card, but I'm going to phrase this in the form of a question. Okay, now I'm intrigued. I'm going to play the intrigued music. What does Omega Hangman Revolution 2020 and FTR versus Bullet Club Gold 2 out of 3 Falls Collision have in common? the two longest. I was going to say the two longest matches in AEW history, but that's not true. I would have thought that. I would have thought longest matches, but also, they're both matches you're yet to see. Get them watched. Late to the party, any beer left? I mean, you can drink the beer, but I don't. How you doing, Smooth? Two seconds, guys. Got to find an AEW Vault channel. Hold on. Let me see if I can do you a favor. Although, you said Revolution. Are you talking about the tag match? Because they had the pay-per-view one-on-one at Full Gear, which is quality. Yeah, the tag match, yeah. That match was crazy as well. The singles match at Full Gear is brilliant to watch, but the tag match is different. See if I can find... Actually, I know where to look. Hold on. I think it'll be on here, if I'm lucky. No, I don't want that, thank you. I might have something for you, Darius. Yep. Darius, I've got something for you, fella. That right there is the full link to Revolution 2020. And it's got All Out 2019 on there as well. It's got Double or Nothing 2022, New Japan Dominion, Ring of Honor, Double or Nothing on there. You've got a lot on here, by the way. It's got 40 pay-per-views. Wrestle Kingdom 17, Part 1 and Part 2. So many pay-per-views on here for you to get your hands on, buddy. It goes back, and it's got Dynamite full shows as well, and Collision. Now, in terms of that 2 out of 3 falls match, oh yeah. There you go. There's the 2 out of 3 falls match. Guys, I recommend using that link, by the way, if you want to watch old pay-per-views, the one I sent first. Do you think the Eddie Tribute main events delivered in 2005? I think so. They did the best they could. Yeah, it was. It was phenomenal. IWGP Intercontinental title, number 1. Number 2 is the white strap. Number 3, the title that The Rock introduced from the Attitude Era up until Cody got rid of it. Number 4, black strap. And then number 5, 90s black strap. And then number 5, the original Intercontinental title belt. '97. It goes 97, 2001, 1998. That's my favorite. I think the show's that generally been incredible, and we've had so much fun. This is going to be a Monday night thing. I think this is going to be every Monday. A sit down with the steel chair. We're going to make it a Monday thing. What the fuck? I was completely in the wrong part of the stream. YouTuber done. Jesus. Favorite Bret Hart promo ever. The promo when he's inside the cage that's been dismembered, well, dismantled, and he says like frustrated isn't the goddamn word for it. When that Bret Hart shoot promo, that's my favorite Bret Hart promo. Oh. To be fair, I burst out laughing when you brought it up, though. It was just funny. Jinikai's contract with MLW will be expiring without renewal. We're told there'll be more MLW parts coming in the next few weeks. That's what happens when you bring in Eric Bischoff. Should Jay have been tribal chief instead of Solo? I think nobody should have had the role, and they should have just left it at that. I think he's nothing now, but I don't think they knew what they were doing with that thing. they gave it to Roman because they thought it made sense. After that, it's just felt weird. I don't think it works with anyone else, even though I didn't particularly like it with Roman anyway. I think to be on the safe side, we'll go another 4 minutes. We'll go up to 11 o'clock my time, so that's a couple more minutes to go, and then after that we'll wrap. Raw review tomorrow. Wednesday I'm taking a day off. Thursday I'm back. Friday I'm back. Saturday, Sunday it'll be interactive stuff, but I don't know what we'll do. We'll figure it out. Solo as a mid card guy, miscasted in the main event scene. Correct. Solo could have worked. He's not that bad as people say. His mic skills are better than Jacob's. I just don't see it in him. I just don't see it. Fair. That's fair. Who gets more credit for developing a young Bret Hart? Who gets more credit for helping a young Bret Hart develop, the Anvil or Jimmy Hart? In WWE, if you're asking just based on those two, I think it's Jimmy Hart. But I actually think Bret Hart comes into his own after his first in-ring encounter with Ted DiBiase. Ted DiBiase, his first in-ring encounter with him, he really takes on from there. I think that's the special side of it. They're all jobbers, to be fair. I don't see anything about Solo on the mic, honestly, I don't. Jacob, I mean, he's got the same promo, he's got the same way of doing it, but that's on him. I don't see anybody else doing it. Do you really see Cody and Jay as main event guys? I see Cody as more of a high upper mid carder, year long US reign, then whatever. Yeah, I do. Jay, on the other hand, he should be an enhancement talent. Cody, upper to mid guy, absolutely, I see that. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure. I am soon to get out of here, so we have a minute to go. My favorite Bret Hart world title reign. My favorite Bret Hart title reign. I loved all his matches from his first reign, but I actually think if you deep it, I think his last ever WWE title reign, despite how it ended, is probably his best. Fair. I give up watching SmackDown. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to dip from here. It's been a pleasure. Like, share, and subscribe. Yous are all incredible. And I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, guys. Thank you for making this a special show.